Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the rolling hills of the Shire, where morning mists clung to emerald meadows and ancient oaks whispered tales of forgotten days, young Primula lived a life quite unlike other hobbits. While her kin concerned themselves with gardens and afternoon teas, she spent her days studying old maps and reading dusty tomes about the ages long past. On a crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the wind, Primula ventured deeper than ever into the old forest, where the trees grew close and the shadows held secrets. There, beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, she discovered a ring unlike any she had ever seen. Unlike the simple bands worn by hobbits or the legendary rings of power, this one seemed to be woven from starlight itself, with strange runes that shifted and changed as she watched. The moment she slipped it onto her finger, the world around her transformed. Instead of the familiar forest, she found herself standing in the same spot, but in a different time. The air thrummed with ancient magic as massive dragons soared overhead, their scales gleaming like jewels in the sunlight. These weren't the terrible worms of legend. They were magnificent creatures of all colors, living in harmony with the other races of Middle-earth. When the vision faded, Primula knew with certainty that what she had seen was no mere dream, but a memory of the world as it once was. The ring had shown her a truth long forgotten. Smaug had not been the last of his kind. Somewhere, hidden in the far corners of the world, dragons still lived. More visions came in the following days. She saw a great gathering of dragons in the Grey Mountains, where they slept in enchanted caves, waiting for a time when the world would need them again. But she also witnessed a growing darkness, a shadow that threatened to wake them before their time and bend them to its will. Determined to prevent this impending catastrophe, Primula journeyed to Rivendell to seek counsel from the elves. However, the Council White received her warnings with skepticism. Even Lord Ilran, known for his wisdom, suggested that the ring might be playing tricks on her mind. Young Took, he said gravely, many artifacts from the elder days still linger in Middle-earth, and not all show true visions. The age of dragons has passed, but Primula refused to be dismissed. In the great library of Rivendell, she discovered an ancient prophecy written in fading ink on crumbling parchment. When shadow stirs in northern caves, and ancient wings unfold their graves, the smallest folk shall take to sky. With eagle friends to darkness defy, prophecy led her to the misty mountains, where the great eagles made their eyries. There she met Gwaihir's grandson, Landroval the Swift, who had also sensed the growing unrest in the north. The proud eagle confirmed her fears something was indeed stirring in the Grey Mountains, attempting to wake the sleeping dragons for dark purposes. Together, they formed an unlikely alliance. The eagles would help Primula reach the ancient dragon caves, while she would use the ring's power to communicate with the sleeping dragons and warn them of the approaching danger. But first, they needed one more piece of the puzzle. The key to safely waking the dragons lay hidden in the treasure troves of the mountain trolls. In the dead of night, Primula and a young eagle named Windwing descended into the trolls' caves. Using her hobbit stealth and the ring's ability to reveal hidden truths, she discovered an ancient dragon scale inscribed with words of waking. But as they retrieved it, the trolls returned from their nightly hunt. What followed was a heart-pounding chase through the caverns, with Primula riding on Windwing's back as they dodged the trolls' massive clubs and flying rocks. They escaped by the narrowest of margins, soaring into the star-filled sky with their precious cargo. The final battle took place in the Grey Mountains, where they found a dark sorcerer attempting to corrupt the sleeping dragon's dreams. Primula, now able to communicate with the ancient beings through the ring, entered their shared dreamscape. There, she showed them visions of their noble past and warned them of the sorcerer's intentions. As the dragons began to stir, the sorcerer unleashed his full power. The sky darkened with foul creatures, and the mountain itself seemed to tremble. But Primula, small yet resolute, stood her ground. With the eagles fighting alongside her and the ring glowing with ancient power, she spoke the words inscribed on the dragon scale. The dragons awoke not to darkness, but to light. Led by a magnificent silver dragon named Celebrin, they rose into the sky, their wings creating thunderclaps that echoed through the mountains. The sorcerer's armies scattered before their might, and he himself was turned to stone by their combined gaze. In the aftermath, the dragons did not return to their slumber. Instead, they established a new sanctuary in the Grey Mountains, hidden from the world, but awake and vigilant. They formed a pact with the eagles to watch over Middle-earth, with Primula serving as their ambassador to the Free Peoples. The ring remained with Primula, though she used it sparingly. Sometimes, on quiet evenings, she would slip it on to share in the dragon's memories of the elder days, when the world was young and filled with wonders. She wrote down these tales in a red leather-bound book, which would later become known as the Dragon Chronicles. Years later, young hobbits would gather around hearth fires to hear tales of Primula the Dragon Friend, who proved that even the smallest person could change the course of history. And on clear nights, sharp-eyed observers might catch glimpses of dragons soaring among the stars, their scales shimmering like distant constellations, guardians of a world where magic had not quite faded away. In the end, Primula's greatest achievement wasn't just saving the dragons or stopping the sorcerer, it was showing that the world still held wonders for those brave enough to seek them, and that ancient powers could be awakened not for darkness, but for light. Her tale became a reminder that sometimes the most extraordinary adventures begin with a simple morning walk in the old forest, where magic still lingers for those with the courage to reach out and grasp it. Story 2, On the Edges of Mirkwood, where ancient trees stood like silent sentinels and shadows danced with peculiar intent. Prince Lurin Reenan discovered the first signs of magic's decay. The protective barriers that had kept darkness at bay for millennia were failing, their ethereal be becoming as fragile as spider silk in autumn wind. The young dwarf prince had ventured to this treacherous border following reports of strange occurrences. Elvish enchantments flickering like dying candles, ancient wards dissolving into nothingness, and the whispers of darker things stirring in the deep places of the world. His keen dwarven eyes, trained to spot the finest flaws in precious gems, noticed the subtle tears in the fabric of magic itself. It was here he encountered Felindril, an elven weaver cast out from the woodland realm. Her silver hair seemed to capture starlight even in the forest's gloom, but her eyes held secrets darker than the depths of Khazad-dûm. She appeared suddenly beside him, as elves were wont to do, studying the same mysterious deterioration in the magical barriers. "The great looms are failing," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge. "The threads that bind protection to this realm are unraveling." Prince of Khazad-dûm, before Lurin could question how she knew his identity, they were joined by an unlikely third companion. Bilbert Smallborough, a hobbit scholar known for his expertise in ancient riddles, emerged from behind a twisted oak, his normally cheerful face creased with worry. He had been tracking similar disturbances across the land, following a pattern that only became clear when viewed through the lens of old hobbit nursery rhymes that spoke of the world's weaving. Together, they discovered that the magical decay followed lines of power laid down in the First Age, when Morgoth's influence first touched the world. Each failing ward corresponded to a location where ancient battles had been fought against the darkness. But something more sinister was at work. The timing of the failures seemed deliberate, orchestrated. Their investigation led them deep into the heart of Mirkwood, where they found an ancient elven weaving hall, long abandoned. Massive looms of silver and starlight stood silent, their once bright threads now dull and lifeless. Here, Felindril revealed part of her secret. She had once been the keeper of these looms, until she discovered a terrible truth about their origin. The magical protections of Middle-earth, she explained, were not simply spells cast by the wise. They were an intricate tapestry, woven from the very essence of the world itself. And now, something was systematically destroying the pattern, following a design laid down by Morgoth himself before his banishment, a final curse meant to unravel the world's defenses. As they delved deeper into the mystery, they encountered beings thought lost to legend. Stone giants who remembered the shaping of the mountains, shadow dwellers who spoke in riddles of the world's creation, and ancient tree shepherds who recalled the first stars. Each encounter added another piece to the puzzle, revealing a pattern more terrifying than they had imagined. The unraveling had awakened something in the deep places of the earth creatures that had slept since the First Age, waiting for the weakening of the world's defenses. These beings, neither good nor evil, but ancient beyond reckoning, were stirring from their slumber, threatening to remake the world according to laws forgotten by even the eldest elves. Their journey took them to forgotten dwarven halls where they discovered ancient forges that had once helped create the magical barriers. In these depths, Durin learned that his own ancestors had worked alongside elven weavers, combining dwarven craftsmanship with elven magic to create the protections that had kept Middle-earth safe for thousands of years. Bilbert's knowledge of riddles proved crucial when they encountered a series of puzzles left by the ancient craftsmen, designed to protect the secrets of how the magical barriers could be restored. His simple hobbit wisdom often saw through complexities that confused his more learned companions. The final piece of the puzzle came from Felindril herself. She wasn't just any exiled elf, she was the daughter of one of the original weavers, and in her blood ran the power to repair the great looms. But using this power would require a terrible sacrifice. She would have to bind her own life force to the weave, becoming one with the magical barriers themselves. The choice was taken from their hands when the ancient creatures finally broke through in the depths of Mirkwood. The earth trembled as beings of shadow and stone emerged from their age-long sleep, their very presence causing reality to warp and bend. The trio raced back to the weaving hall, pursued by horrors that defied description. In a heart-stopping climax, while Durin defended the hall with his father's axe and Bilbert solved the final riddle that would activate the looms, Felindril began the ancient weaving ritual. As she worked, her true nature was revealed. She was not just her father's daughter, but a being woven from magic itself, created to be a final safeguard should the world's defenses ever fail. The strange creatures breached the hall just as Felindril completed her work. As the new magical barriers sprang to life, she began to fade, becoming one with the weave of protection spreading across the land. The ancient beings were forced back to their slumber, but the price was high. Before she completely disappeared, Felindril entrusted Durin and Bilbert with the knowledge of the looms and the truth about the world's defenses. They became the first of a new order of guardians, combining the strength of dwarves, the wisdom of hobbits, and the magic of elves to protect the weave of reality itself. The tale of their adventure became legend, whispered in the halls of Erebor and the gardens of the Shire. But more importantly, it began a new age of cooperation between the free peoples of Middle-earth, for they had learned that the world's safety depended not on the power of any one race, but on the combined strengths of all. And sometimes on quiet nights when the stars shine particularly bright, those who know where to look can see the shimmer of magical threads in the air, and in their gleam, catch a glimpse of a silver-haired weaver. Still watching over the world she gave her existence to protect. Story 3. In the shadow of the lonely mountain, where whispers of ancient glory still echoed through abandoned halls, Meriadoc Brandybuck made a discovery that would shake the foundations of Middle-earth. The Hobbit scribe, known for his peculiar interest in dwarven lore, unearthed a weathered map hidden within the crumbling pages of an ancient manuscript, its edges marked with runes that gleamed like starlight. The map revealed the locations of 7 fragments of the First Crown, forged in the dawn of the dwarven kingdoms when the world was young. Legend spoke of its power to awaken the Stone Guardians, massive warriors carved from the living rock of the mountain itself, created to defend the dwarven realms in their darkest hour. As Meriadoc studied the map by candlelight in the great library of Dale, dark shapes began moving in the northern wastes. Ancient evils, long dormant, stirred beneath the ice and snow, their awakening heralded by storms that carried whispers of forgotten tongues. The Hobbit's discovery couldn't have come at a more crucial time. Each fragment of the crown, he learned, had been entrusted to a different dwarven clan for safekeeping. The Longbeards of Erebor, the Firebeards of the Blue Mountains, the Broadbeams of Khazad-dûm, the Iron Fists of the Red Mountains, the Stiffbeards of the Grey Mountains, the Blacklocks of the East, and the Stonefoots of the South. Gathering representatives from each clan proved nearly impossible. Centuries of mistrust and rivalry had divided the dwarven peoples, and many preferred isolation to cooperation. Yet Meriadoc, with his hobbit's gift for diplomacy and unexpected wisdom, began his journey to unite them. His first ally was Thrain, daughter of Dain, representing the Longbeards. Her fierce pride was matched only by her skill with an axe and her secret knowledge of ancient dwarven magic. Together, they journeyed to the Blue Mountains, where they found Grimly Firebeard testing his latest invention, mechanical eagle powered by steam and enchanted gems. Each fragment presented a unique challenge that tested not just courage and strength, but the very nature of what it meant to be a dwarf. In the depths of Khazad-dûm, they faced a riddle contest with a shadow that spoke in the voice of Lurin himself. The Iron Fist's fragment required them to forge a key in complete darkness, guided only by the ring of hammer on anvil. The Stiffbeards had hidden their piece in a maze of ice, where every reflection showed a different timeline, and only by accepting past mistakes could they find the true path. The Blacklock's fragment lay in a chamber where gravity shifted with the phases of the moon, requiring all 7 representatives to work in perfect harmony to reach it. The most difficult test came from the Stonefoots, who had built a vast mechanism that would only yield their fragment when 7 different musical tones were played simultaneously, each note representing the unique voice of a dwarven clan. As they gathered the pieces, ancient rivalries began to fade. Thrain learned humility from the Blacklock's wisdom, while Grimly's innovations found appreciation among the traditionally minded Stiffbeards. Meriadoc watched as centuries of mistrust dissolved in the face of their shared quest. But they were not alone in their search. The stirring evil in the north had sent its servants twisted creatures that seemed made of shadow and ice, led by a figure that walked in darkness and spoke with a voice that froze the very air. This entity sought the crown for its own purposes, hoping to twist the Stone Guardians to its will. The final convergence occurred in the heart of Erebor, where the crown had first been forged. As winter storms raged outside and shadow creatures scaled the mountain's slopes, the 7 dwarven representatives gathered in the ancient forge hall. Meriadoc, standing among them, like a child among giants, held the map that had started it all. The ritual to restore the crown required each fragment to be placed simultaneously, while words in ancient Khazad-dûm were spoken by representatives of all 7 clans. But as they began, the dark figure burst into the chamber, bringing with it a cold that threatened to freeze them where they stood. In that crucial moment, it was Meriadoc who remembered a detail from his studies. The crown had not been forged by dwarves alone, but in cooperation with the other free peoples of Middle-earth. His voice, speaking words of friendship in the common tongue, became the catalyst that allowed the fragments to unite. The crown reformed in a burst of golden light, just as the Stone Guardians began to stir. Massive figures, each as tall as a tower, broke free from the mountain walls where they had slumbered for ages. Their crystalline eyes blazed with inner fire as they recognized the crown and those who had restored it. The dark entity and its servants were driven back by the Guardian's might, retreating to the frozen wastes from which they had emerged. But more importantly, the dwarven clans had rediscovered their ancient unity. The crown became a symbol not of power, but of cooperation and shared purpose. Meriadoc's role in the quest became part of both Hobbit and dwarven legend. The great library of Dale, where he had first found the map, was expanded to include a wing dedicated to preserving the histories of all dwarven clans. The Stone Guardians remained awake, not as weapons of war, but as protectors of the reunited dwarven peoples. In years to come, travelers would speak in wonder of the sight of Stone Guardians standing watch over the mountain, their crystalline eyes gleaming in the sunlight. And in the great feast halls of Erebor, songs would be sung of how Hobbit's discovery led to the mending not just of an ancient crown, but of the bonds between all dwarven kingdoms. The first crown was displayed not in a treasury, but in a common hall where representatives of all clans could gather. And sometimes, on special occasions, visitors would catch a glimpse of an elderly Hobbit scholar, surrounded by dwarven friends from every clan, sharing tales of their quest and reminding all who had listened that the greatest treasures are not gold or gems, but the bonds forged between unlikely allies in pursuit of a noble cause. Story 4, deep within the heart of the lonely mountain, where ancient echoes whispered tales of forgotten glory, Finley Baggins discovered a secret that would forever change his quiet hobbit life. The morning had begun like any other, with him assisting the dwarven archivists in cataloging ancient scrolls, until his small fingers brushed against a concealed lever behind a dusty shelf, revealing a hidden chamber that hadn't seen light in centuries. There, bathed in the golden glow of his lantern, lay an elven map unlike any he had ever seen. Its silvery lines seemed to shift in the flickering light, and the elegant Tengwar script held secrets of a legendary dwarven city lost beneath the misty mountains. As Finley's eyes traced the intricate patterns, his heart raced with the realization that he held something extraordinary, a map to Khazad-dûm, the mythical first home of Durin's folk. But he wasn't the only one who sensed the map's discovery. Within days, tremors shook the mountain halls, and scouts reported sightings of Vermithrax, a great dragon whose scales gleamed like burnished copper in the sunlight. The beast's sudden appearance was no coincidence. Dragons had an uncanny sense for ancient powers, and this one seemed desperately drawn to the lost city's location. Realizing the gravity of his discovery, Finley sought counsel from Nimrodel, a warrior elf who had taken refuge in the mountain after being exiled from her woodland realm. Her silver hair and stern demeanor belied a fierce loyalty to those she called friends. Together, they approached Thorn Greymantle, a wizard who had long ago turned his back on the White Council, preferring to seek wisdom in the company of common folk rather than in lofty towers. This map, Thorn mused, his weathered fingers hovering above the parchment. It speaks of more than just gold and mithril. There are words here, ancient warnings about a darkness that sleeps beneath the mountains. As the wizard spoke these words, the map's silvery lines pulsed with an inner light, revealing hidden text that spoke of an ancient evil imprisoned within the lost city's depths. Vermithrax's true purpose suddenly became clear. The dragon sought not treasure, but to prevent the awakening of something far worse. The unlikely company set out under the cover of darkness. Finley, whose sharp wit and quick feet had earned him respect among the dwarves. Nimrodel, whose bow had never failed to find its mark. And Thorn, whose staff carried not just light, but ancient magic that would prove invaluable in the depths below. Their journey took them through treacherous mountain passes where the wind howled with voices that seemed almost human. In hidden valleys, they discovered the remains of ancient dwarven waypoints, their runes still glowing faintly with protective spells. Each step brought them closer to their goal, but also to the dragon that hunted them. On the seventh day, as they made camp in a sheltered cave, Mithrax found them. The dragon's massive form blocked out the stars as it landed before them, but instead of attacking, it spoke. Its voice rumbled like distant thunder, carrying both warning and wisdom. "Little ones," the dragon rumbled, "you know not what you seek to unleash. The city was sealed for a reason. Within its halls sleeps an evil from the first age, a shadow that even Morgoth feared to command." Thorn stepped forward, his staff glowing with a determined light. "Then why not join us? Better to face this evil together than let it slumber until a less worthy finder disturbs its rest." The dragon's ancient eyes studied them for a long moment before it inclined its massive head. Perhaps the time of solitary guardianship has passed, with Mithrax as their unlikely ally. The company descended into the earth through hidden paths that had not felt footsteps in an age. They discovered Khazad-dûm, a city carved not just from stone, but from crystal, its halls still gleaming with an inner light that no darkness could dim. But in its deepest chamber, they found what the ancients had feared, a pool of liquid shadow, bound by chains of light and runes of power. It was a fragment of the void itself, trapped and contained by the combined efforts of elves, dwarves, and wizards of old. With each passing year, the bindings had weakened, and soon they would fail entirely. Together, the strange company worked to renew the ancient spells, Thorn's magic, Nimrodell's elven songs, Finley's unexpected insight into the runes, and Mithrax's primordial power combined in ways their ancestors could never have imagined. They forged new bonds to contain the darkness, stronger than before, because they were built on trust between races that had long stood apart. As dawn broke above the mountains, 4 unlikely friends emerged from the depths. The city of Khazad-dûm remained hidden, but now it was guarded not by secrecy, but by a pact between hobbit, elf, wizard, and dragon. The map that had started their journey now hung in the great hall of the Lonely Mountain, a reminder that the greatest strength lies not in ancient artifacts or powerful magic, but in the bonds forged between the most unexpected allies. Finley returned to his books and scrolls, but he was changed. He had learned that sometimes the greatest adventures aren't about discovering lost cities or ancient treasures, but about finding friendship and purpose in the most unexpected places. And on quiet evenings, when the sun set behind the Lonely Mountain, those who listened carefully might hear the distant sound of dragon wings and catch a glimpse of copper scales gleaming in the fading light, Mithrax keeping watch over the lands he had once threatened, now guardian instead of destroyer. In the years that followed, tales of their adventure spread throughout the lands, whispered around fires and sung in great halls. But few knew the whole truth of what lay beneath the mountains, or of the pact that kept it bound. And that was exactly as it should be. For some secrets are best kept by friends who trust each other with not just their lives, but with the fate of all Middle-earth. Story 5. Dawn broke over Hobbiton as Rosemary tended to her beloved herb garden, her fingers gently brushing against leaves of athelas and eleanor that sparkled with morning dew. The peaceful scene shattered when a raven, its feathers gleaming like polished obsidian, landed atop her garden gate. What made her drop her watering can wasn't the bird's sudden appearance, but its words, spoken in clear Western with an urgency that sent chills down her spine. "The Ents are dying," it croaked, fixing her with one intelligent eye. "The old forest weeps, and the very heart of the woods grows dark." Rosemary had always been different from other hobbits. While they concerned themselves with mushrooms and afternoon teas, she studied the ancient lore of healing herbs and listened to whispered tales of the world beyond the Shire's borders. Her grandmother had been a healer who learned from the elves, and that knowledge now stirred in her blood, like a call to action. Within days, she found herself at the edge of the old forest, accompanied by 3 young Ent saplings by their kind's reckoning, though they still towered above her. Oakenbark, Willow Whisper, and Birksong had sought her out after hearing of her expertise with healing plants. Their usual slow, measured speech was quick and troubled as they told her of their elders falling into a deep, unnatural sleep, their bark growing gray and lifeless. The fourth member of their unlikely company was Lurin Reenan, a dwarf scholar whose expertise in ancient runes had revealed a disturbing pattern. The symbols of power carved into the oldest trees were fading, their protective magic draining away like water from a cracked cup. These runes, Thorin explained, his thick fingers tracing the fading marks on an ancient oak, they're part of a network created by the first elven settlers of these lands. Something or someone is systematically destroying them. Deep within the forest, they discovered the truth. In a clearing that should have been filled with life, they found only silence and shadows. At its center stood a figure that made Rosemary's heart freeze, an elven sorcerer, his once bright raiment now stained with darkness, performing a ritual that pulled the very essence from the surrounding trees. His name was Morfindir, once a guardian of the woods who had discovered ancient scrolls speaking of the Balrogs' sleeping places. Corrupted by the promise of power, he sought to drain the forest's age-old magic, to break their bonds and raise an army of fire and shadow. The young Ents moved to confront him, but Rosemary held them back. She had noticed something the others missed: the way the sorcerer's hands trembled, how his voice cracked with pain during his incantations. The forest's magic wasn't just being stolen, it was burning him from within. Drawing upon her knowledge of healing herbs and ancient lore, Rosemary devised a plan. While Thorin inscribed new runes of protection in a circle around the clearing, she prepared a mixture of herbs that could help cleanse corrupted magic. The young Ents, connected to the forest's remaining power, began a low, rumbling song that their ancestors had taught them, a song of renewal and cleansing. The confrontation came during the dark of the moon. As Morfindir began his final ritual, Rosemary stepped into the clearing alone, holding a simple wooden bowl filled with her herbal mixture steeping in pure spring water. Her voice, though small, carried the weight of ancient wisdom as she spoke to the corrupted elf. "The forest remembers you, guardian," she said softly. "It remembers when you sang songs of growth instead of destruction. The power you seek burns you because it recognizes what you once were." The sorcerer faltered, and in that moment of hesitation, the young Ent's song grew stronger. Thorin's runes blazed with blue fire, and Rosemary offered the bowl. "Let me help you remember too." What followed was not a battle of swords or spells, but a healing. As Morfindir drank the mixture, the young Ent's song wrapped around him like gentle branches, and Thorin's runes contained and purified the corrupted magic he had gathered. Rosemary stayed with him through the night as the potion did its work, her small hand steady on his brow as centuries of darkness drained away. With dawn came renewal. The sleeping Ents began to wake, their bark regaining its healthy hues. Morfindir, though greatly weakened, found that he could once again hear the forest songs without pain. The ancient runes glowed with renewed purpose, now strengthened by Thorin's additions that combined dwarven craft with elven magic. But the greatest change was in Rosemary herself. She had discovered that true healing sometimes meant having the courage to offer help to those who seemed beyond redemption. The forest had taught her that darkness could be transformed back into light with patience, understanding, and the right combination of ancient wisdom and simple hobbit sense. After their return, the Shire folk noticed that their herbs seemed to grow more vibrant in Rosemary's garden, and the trees around Hobbiton stood a little straighter, a little prouder. Sometimes, on quiet evenings, passersby would hear her singing unfamiliar songs as she tended her plants, songs that seemed to make things grow just a bit faster, heal just a bit better. And if anyone noticed that she occasionally entertained unusual visitors, young Ents who had to stoop very low to enter her hobbit hole, a dwarf who brought her strange books and metal tools, or a tall, quiet elf who helped her tend to the most difficult herbs well. They simply called it another of Rosemary's peculiarities. But those who knew the truth understood that she had helped forge a new fellowship of guardians, keeping watch over the old forest and all the lands beyond. In the years that followed, travelers would sometimes speak of the old forest with wonder rather than fear, telling tales of trees that seemed to smile, of healing herbs that grew in impossible places, and of an unusual company that could occasionally be glimpsed among the ancient trunks: a small hobbit, 3 young ents, a dwarf with ink-stained fingers, and an elf who had remembered how to sing to growing things. Story 6. The Brandywine River flowed like liquid silver under the harvest moon when Meriadoc Brandybuck first saw the ring glinting beneath its waters. He might have mistaken it for nothing more than a trick of light, had it not pulsed with an inner fire that called to him like a beacon in the darkness. Using his walking stick, Merry carefully fished the ring from the river's embrace. As he lifted it into the moonlight, 7 tiny stars embedded in the ring's black metal surface sparkled with an ancient power. His heart quickened. This was no ordinary trinket, but one of the legendary 7 rings given to the dwarf lords in ages past. Within days of the ring's discovery, strange visitors began arriving at Brandy Hall. First came Thorin Stoneheart, leader of a band of exiled dwarves from the Grey Mountains, his beard braided with silver and grief in his eyes. Then arrived Aragast, a mysterious ranger from Gondor, whose weather-worn cloak couldn't hide his noble bearing. "The ring you found," Thorin spoke during a hushed council in Merry's study, "belonged to my grandfather's line. We believed it lost when Morgoth's servants overran our halls, but why does it surface now?" Aragast mused, his gray eyes troubled. "Items of power do not reveal themselves by chance." The answer came that very night, as dark dreams plagued all 3 companions. They saw visions of a great darkness stirring in the void, and a familiar malevolent presence reaching out toward Middle-earth. Once more Morgoth himself, seeking to return from his banishment beyond the doors of night. According to ancient texts that Merry had studied, the 7 rings held a fraction of the power used to bind Morgoth in the First Age. If the rings could be reunited in their original forge deep within the mountains, they might strengthen those ancient bonds. But if Morgoth's servants claimed even 1 ring, it could provide the dark power he needed to break free. The company set out before dawn Merry, whose knowledge of lore would prove invaluable, Thorin with 5 of his most trusted warriors, and Aragast, whose sword had tasted the blood of many dark creatures. Their journey would take them through the treacherous paths of the Misty Mountains, to the ancient Dwarven Forge Temple, where the 7 rings were first created. They traveled by night and hid during the day, for dark wings shadowed their path. Morgoth's servants had also felt the ring's awakening, and they too sought its power. In the Weather Hills, they fought off a pack of wargs led by a spectral rider. In the Trollshaws, they found unexpected allies in a group of wood elves who had also experienced dark dreams and recognized the importance of their quest. But their greatest challenge came in the High Pass, where they encountered Grimhild, a dwarf woman of ancient lineage who bore another of the 7 rings. Her ring pulsed in harmony with Merry's, but the power had corrupted her over long years of possession. She believed that uniting the rings would grant her the power to restore the lost dwarf kingdoms to their former glory. "Can't you see?" she demanded, her ring glowing with a fierce light. "With this power, we could rebuild everything we've lost." It was Thorin who stepped forward, his voice heavy with understanding. "Our losses have shaped us, but they need not define our future. Some prices are too high, even for restoration." His words reached something in Grimhild that decades of isolation had buried. In the end, she joined their company, bringing their ring count to 2 and adding her deep knowledge of the ancient forges to their cause. As they neared their destination, the very mountains seemed to resist them. Storms of unnatural fury battered their path, and in the depths of night, they heard voices speaking in black speech. The Forge Temple itself was guarded by creatures of shadow and flame lesser cousins of the Balrogs, left behind as sentinels. The final battle came in the heart of the Forge Temple. As Merry and Grimhild worked to activate the ancient forge using their rings, the others fought against waves of darkness given form. Aragost's sword glowed with the light of Ancient and Menor as he held the line, while Thorin and his warriors formed an unbreakable shield wall around the forge. In the crucial moment, when all seemed balanced between success and failure, Merry understood why a hobbit had been chosen to find the ring. While dwarves and men fought with strength and skill, it was his hobbit sense that practical wisdom, so easily overlooked by the great powers that saw how to complete the ancient ritual. It's not about power, he called out over the chaos of battle. It's about remembering what we're protecting. As he spoke these words, memories flowed through the rings of peaceful days in the Shire, of dwarf halls filled with song, of the white towers of Gondor gleaming in the sun. The rings blazed with the light of these pure memories, and the darkness recoiled. The ritual succeeded, strengthening the bonds that held Morgoth beyond the world. The price was the destruction of the rings themselves, but as Grimhild noted with newfound wisdom, some things are worth losing to preserve everything else. They emerged from the mountains as the first spring flowers were blooming. Each member of the company had been changed by their journey. Merry returned to the Shire with new understanding of the world's deeper mysteries. Thorin led his people to establish a new home, one built on hope rather than regret. Aragost carried word to Gondor that the shadow had been averted, at least for another age. In the years that followed, few knew how close the world had come to darkness, or how an unlikely company had prevented it. But sometimes on clear nights when the stars shone especially bright, those who had been there would remember the light of 7 stars in ancient rings, and the truth that the greatest power lies not in ancient artifacts, but in the courage to protect what we love. Story 7. In the great library of Michel Delving, where ancient scrolls and forgotten tales gather dust, Primula Smallfoot's quill scratched softly against parchment in the flickering candlelight. As the youngest archivist in Hobbit history, she had earned a reputation for discovering secrets in the most mundane of documents. But nothing had prepared her for what she found hidden within the cramped margins of a seemingly ordinary trade ledger. Between lists of grain shipments and barrel counts lay delicate elvish script, like strands of silver thread woven through common cloth. The words spoke of a hidden gateway in the Green Hills, a portal created during the First Age that led to Lurin Reenan, a legendary elven realm lost to the currents of time. Whispers of her discovery reached the pointed ears of the Sylvan elves who occasionally passed through the Shire's borders. 3 of them sought her out. Celebrindle, whose hair shimmered like moonlight on water. Oric, a master of forest craft. And Nilwithil, whose songs could speak to the very stones of the earth. With them came Gandalf's lesser-known cousin, Falagri the Wanderer, a wizard who preferred riddles to straight answers and carried a staff of twisted rowan wood. The portal you seek, Falagri mused, studying Primula's transcriptions. It's more than just a doorway between places. It's a bridge between moments in time, and such things are never as simple as they appear. Their journey to the Green Hills revealed a landscape transformed by ancient magic. Stones that seemed ordinary by day glowed with faint runes at twilight, forming patterns that led them deeper into the hills. The air grew thick with memory, and sometimes they caught glimpses of shadows moving against the wind. They found the portal at sunset on the 7th day, a perfect arch of shimmering air, framed by 2 ancient standing stones. Through its shimmer, they could see a forest of silver-barked trees beneath a sky that held both stars and sun in eternal twilight. Crossing through felt like stepping into a dream. The realm of Lurin Reenan spread before them in impossible beauty. Towers of living crystal grew from the earth like flowers, while fountains played music that brought tears to even Falagri's ancient eyes. But something was wrong. The same scenes repeated themselves every few hours, like a dance performed by actors who couldn't remember how to stop. They discovered the truth in the realm's heart. A Vala named Ermo, Lord of Dreams, had tried to preserve this pocket of the First Age from the changing world. But his well-intentioned magic had trapped both the realm and its inhabitants in an endless cycle, unable to move forward or back. Time wasn't meant to stand still, Nilwithil observed, her voice heavy with sorrow. Even the most beautiful moment becomes a prison if you can never leave it. The trapped elves of Lurin Reenan had become like reflections in a mirror, endlessly repeating the same actions. Only their eyes showed awareness of their fate, silently pleading for release from their perfect, endless day. Primula, whose hobbit sense often cut through the complexities of elder magic, realized that the solution lay in the very documents that had led them here. The trade ledger's mundane lists represented the natural flow of time, the give and take, the passing of seasons, the small changes that made life real. Working together, they began a complex ritual. Falagri's magic provided the power, while the Sylvan elves' songs helped shape it. Primula read from her ledger, her simple hobbit voices speaking of wheat harvests and apple seasons, reminding the trapped realm of the beauty found in change and impermanence. But breaking the time loop proved dangerous. As reality began to reassert itself, the very fabric of Lurin Reenan started to unravel. The company had to race through the disintegrating realm, helping as many of its inhabitants as they could reach to escape through the portal before their perfect world collapsed. They emerged back into the green hills with dozens of rescued elves, as the portal shimmered one final time and faded like morning mist. The rescued elves blinked in wonder at the ordinary sunlight, many of them seeing it for the first time in countless years. "It's not as perfect as our realm was," said one of the freed elves, watching a cloud pass over the sun, "but it's real." I had forgotten how beautiful real things could be. The Sylvan elves welcomed their time-lost kin, helping them adjust to a world that had changed enormously since their imprisonment. Falagri disappeared as wizards often do, though he left Primula, a small crystal that sometimes showed glimpses of impossible beauty when held up to twilight. Primula returned to her archives with a new appreciation for the ordinary records she kept. She understood now that true magic wasn't found in eternal perfection, but in the small changes that made up a life well lived. She continued to study ancient texts, but she also made sure to document the daily life of the Shire, knowing that sometimes the most important stories were found in the simplest things. Years later, travelers in the green hills at twilight sometimes reported hearing distant music or seeing strange lights among the standing stones. The rescued elves would occasionally visit Primula, bringing her stories and songs from their old realm, but none ever expressed a desire to return to that perfect, frozen moment. They had learned, as she had, that real beauty lies not in preserving a single moment forever, but in allowing each moment to flow naturally into the next. In the library at Michel Delvin, Primula kept a special section for the stories of Lurin Reenan, but she wrote them in her simple ledgers alongside records of harvests and weather. For she had learned that magic wasn't something separate from ordinary life. It was found in the very flow of time itself, in the endless dance of moments that made up the great story of the world. And sometimes on quiet evenings when the light turned golden and time seemed too slow, she would hold up her crystal to the sunset and smile, remembering that somewhere, in some way, there would always be wonders waiting to be discovered by those wise enough to look for them in unexpected places. Story 8. The stars began vanishing one by one, like candles being gently snuffed out in an endless night. At first, few in Middle-earth noticed except for Peregrine Hill, a hobbit scholar who spent his evenings charting the heavens from his small observatory atop the highest hill in Hobbiton. When Arundel's star the brightest in the night, sky flickered and faded like a dying ember. Peregrine knew this was no natural occurrence. Ancient texts in his library spoke of a prophecy. When the stars begin their final dance, the void's servant shall seek his chance. In darkness deep and shadows long, he'll weave his power in starlight song. Within days, both elves and eagles arrived at his door. The elven princes Celeborn and Aladdin came from the last havens, their faces grave with concern. With them arrived Menelder, Lord of the Great Eagles, whose wingspan could shadow entire hillsides. The stars are more than mere lights, Celeborn explained, his ancient eyes reflecting memories of ages past. They are the eternal flame of the Silmarils, set in the heavens by the Valar themselves. Someone or something is gathering their power. Research in Peregrine's extensive library revealed a chilling truth. Long ago, during the First Age, Melkor had a lieutenant even the Valar feared to name. This being, known only as the Starweaver, had discovered how to harvest and corrupt the pure light of the stars. The Valar had imprisoned him in a void between worlds, but now, as the power of the elves waned in Middle-earth, his bonds were weakening. The company formed their unlikely alliance beneath the increasingly darkening sky. Peregrine brought his knowledge of ancient lore and an uncanny ability to solve riddles. The elven princes carried weapons forged in the First Age, still bright with the light of long-lost stars. Menelder and his eagles provided both transportation and their own ancient wisdom passed down through generations of wind riders. Their quest became clear. They needed to find the last Silmaril, lost beneath the sea since the First Age. Only its pure light could restore the stars and prevent the Starweaver's return. Ancient maps and prophecies pointed to a location where the seabed had risen over millennia, creating a hidden cavern that might contain the legendary jewel. The journey took them over the misty mountains, where they battled shadow creatures that thrived in the growing darkness. Through the ruins of Angmar, they discovered ancient runes that revealed part of the Starweaver's prison was tied to the very stones of Middle-earth. Each star he consumed weakened not just the heavens, but the foundations of the world itself. In the Grey Havens, they gained an unexpected ally, a mysterious sea elf named Dinan, who had once been a servant of Ulmo himself. She spoke of disturbing changes in the ocean's depths, where ancient lights were stirring and dark creatures were becoming bolder in the failing starlight. Their path led them to a forgotten coast where the cliffs seemed to sing with an otherworldly melody. Deep within a cavern that was only accessible during the lowest tides, they found it the Silmaril, its light pulsing like a living heart in the darkness. But they weren't alone. The Starweaver had been waiting for them. His form a writhing mass of captured starlight turned dark and corrupt. His voice echoed with the death songs of 1,000 stars as he revealed his true plan. He didn't just want to escape his prison. He intended to use the Silmaril's power to tear open the very walls of reality, allowing Melkor himself to return from the void. The battle that followed was fought with light and shadow rather than sword and shield. The elven prince's ancient weapons blazed with remembered starlight, while Menelder and his eagles created mighty winds that disrupted the Starweaver's form. Peregrine, drawing upon his knowledge of ancient lore, began reciting the original words of binding used by the Valar. But it was Inan who provided the key to victory. She called upon the power of the sea itself, reminding the Silmaril of its long sleep beneath the waves. The jewel responded, its light growing to unbearable brightness, pure and untainted by the darkness that had tried to claim it. The Starweaver's shadowy form began to unravel as the Silmaril's light grew stronger. With his last strength, he tried to draw more stars into himself, but Peregrine completed the words of binding, updated with new phrases that spoke of the unity between all free peoples of Middle-earth. The resulting explosion of light could be seen from as far as the Shire. When it faded, the Starweaver was gone, his essence scattered, and his prison renewed by bonds woven from both ancient and new powers. The Silmaril rose of its own accord, climbing higher and higher until it took its place in the heavens as a new star one that would never fade. One by one, the other stars began to rekindle, their light somehow brighter than before. The elven princes spoke of feeling a renewal of their own powers, as if the strengthened starlight had reinforced the fading magic of Middle-earth itself. Peregrine returned to his observatory, but he was changed by his adventure. His charts now included notes not just about the positions of the stars, but about their songs and stories. Sometimes, on clear nights, the eagles would visit him, and together they would watch the stars dance in their eternal patterns, now secure in their celestial realm. The tale became legend in the Shire, though few believed it entirely. But on dark nights, when the stars seemed to shine with particular brightness, some would remember the time when the lights almost went out, and how an unlikely company of hobbits, elves, eagles, and sea folk had ensured they would continue to shine for ages to come. And high above, the new star which the elves named Gilthoniel, the kindler of stars, shone with a special brightness over the Shire, as if keeping a watchful eye on the small hobbit who had helped save not just the stars, but all of Middle-earth from returning darkness.